All right, everyone. We're going to begin our discussion, our panel discussion. Can I just say once again that Dr. Williams did an amazing job. She's still out signing her book. If you're interested, we will make sure that there are more copies available at the bookstore. So please don't worry. We're actually going to try to see if we can bring her back to campus in the spring. Yes. A few housekeeping things. If there are people who are sitting around the edges or standing, there are several seats up front. There's some in the far left corner here, my right, your left. There are also some, so if you have any empty seats at your table, please just wave your hand so others can know that there's an available seat that they can join you. There are plenty of hands going up, so if you're sitting on the edges, please find an appropriate seat at one of the tables. All right. So, beginning with our panel discussion, Making STEM Classroom More Inclusive, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Sherry Charleston. She's here to moderate this discussion, and Sherry is one of the members of my team. She's an Assistant Vice Provost in the Division of Diversity, Equity, and Educational Achievement. She has extensive experience in the world of advising in her role as Director of Pre-Health and Pre-Law Advising Services on campus with the Office of Undergraduate Advising. She served as a former Posse mentor while being a graduate student in the Wisconsin Law School. As an affiliate instructor for Gender and Women's Studies, Sherry uses her formal training as a historian and legal scholar, teaching classes both at Edgewood and UW-Madison. Please, a warm round of applause for Dr. Sherry Charleston. Oh, there you are. I didn't see her. I thought she was over this side. You're over here. All right, she's here.
Thank you, Deputy Vice Chancellor Sims. So good morning, everyone. Wasn't Dr. Williams just amazing? I am beyond, thank you. You know, I'm so used to navigating around podiums being taller than me that I don't even bother anymore to try to adjust them, so thank you. So I am just thrilled this morning to be here to talk about the process by which we transform STEM educational settings into more welcoming and inclusive environments. I always like to say that diversity is a noun, but inclusion is a verb. And so we're going to spend some time talking today about the process of making environments more inclusive. I could not be happier because I get to introduce this all-star panel of amazing folks who are here with us today. And Dr. Williams is back. I'm so, several people asked me to tell you that if you'd like to come to UW-Madison, the offer is open.
Just make an offer. Just make an offer. We're not recording this, are we? No.
Several colleagues wanted me to remind you that you can't ice skate over the lakes in Southern California.
That's right.
That winter does have its charms here. And they'd be more than happy to talk to you about the process of acclimating to a colder climate. I was stopped on the way in the door with talking points just for this purpose.
All right.
But that being said, we have a wonderful panel today. And I want to introduce some folks that you haven't heard from yet, so that you know who we have. I'm particularly thrilled because we have two students that work with two of the programs that I work very closely with, the Posse program and also the First Wave Scholarship program here. So immediately to my left is Kent Mott. Kent is a current Posse scholar and a Hilldale Research Fellow for the Wisconsin Institute of Medical Research. Okay? Kent is majoring in neurobiology and French and serves as a resource navigator for low-income patients at the Wenger Family Medical Center. Thank you, Kent, for being here.
Thank you.
To his left is Miana Gray Short. Miana became the first Black woman to graduate with an undergraduate degree in astrophysics from UW-Madison. Trust me, I want to clap just saying it. And she graduated nearly a century after the first Black woman graduated from our university. She's a graduate from the First Wave program. Miana is a poet and is currently a research assistant at the Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. Thomas Brown is a senior assistant dean at the College of Agriculture and Life Science, CALS, with responsibilities for recruitment and retention programs. And all who know Tom and who have worked with him know of his tireless commitment to making sure that we recruit and retain students of color to programs throughout the university. And so thank you, Tom. And then to Tom's left, Molly Carnes. Molly is the co-director of Women in Science and Engineering Leadership Institute. She is a professor of medicine at UW-Madison and directs the Center for Women's Health Research. She's a tireless stalwart in this area, and so we're very, very, very grateful that she's taking time out of her schedule to be here with us today. And of course, we all know future Badger, Dr. Talithia Williams. You have to plant seeds, folks, plant seeds. So to set the context for the discussion today, I'd just like to begin with a few thoughts. And I was trying to also take notes and think about how we could interweave some of the comments that Dr. Williams sort of set the stage for us with. For me, I'm a historian of race and also a student of critical race theory. And so I'm really interested in counter-narratives, in storytelling that allows us to understand the experiences of non-majority individuals, folks who think about things from the subaltern. So students and faculty in predominantly white environments who happen to be people of color, who happen to be transgender, non-gender binary women in predominantly white environments are central to my interest and my research. So both in my research and my administrative practice, I'm really interested in thinking about how we're diversifying the professoriate, including in particular the STEM fields. So that said, we know what the quantitative data tells us about the bleak numbers relative to the persistence of minority and women scholars. But research has started to demonstrate that we know that persistence is at best socially constructed. So what we don't have a full picture of are what are the factors that contribute to socialization within the field. Right? This is even more acutely felt for students, for faculty that go on to the faculty ranks, and we know that the lower the representation at the highest levels, that has a that's a contributory factor in the socialization process that then allows us to recruit and retain more students. And so what we're going to do today, hopefully, is dig into what are the processes that allow us to not only recruit but retain really talented individuals to do that work of creating an inclusive environment. So I wanted to start with Miana and Kent. For the two of you, I really would love for you to tell us a little bit about your trajectory. Tell us your tales of persistence. Talk about the process of deciding on the STEM path. What are some of the key factors in your persistence? How important was a peer group, mentors, those kinds of things? So Kent, we can start with you and then move to Miana.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So my name is Kent. My journey in STEM actually started in the Philippines. So I grew up in the Philippines. I spent the first 13 years of my life growing up in a developing country. So one of the big reasons why I wanted to see STEM, I wanted to enter STEM, is that it is a field that I saw that is very universal. Regardless of where you are, regardless of where you come from, what your background is, I thought that STEM is a field that I can excel in. So when I was 13, my mom moved to the United States in search of a better life, and I grew up in Maryland, near Washington, D.C., and that is when my high school counselor actually recommended me for Posse. So being an immigrant, I didn't know how to navigate the American educational system. My father finished 6th grade. My mother went to college, but in a different country. So I was really at a loss, and you were talking about the importance of having a mentor. My first real mentor that come to mind was my high school counselor, and I was very privileged to have one that pushed for me to enter Posse. So when I received Posse, for those who aren't familiar with the program, Posse Foundation is a scholarship foundation that sends a cohort of around 10 students from cities like DC, LA, Chicago, and to top institutions like Wisconsin, where I am now. And she really pushed me to go and get this scholarship that led me to UW-Madison. And here I met a lot of mentors who sort of shaped my journey in STEM. And specifically through those key mentors is how I was able to join a lab here my freshman year. And then it led me to a research lab in Washington, D.C., and then finally in Paris. So without the mentors that helped me along the way and guided me, because I didn't really have most people have parents who sort of know how to navigate, you need to do this, you need to take the SATs, you need to, reach out to PIs, to internship. I would have been at a loss, and I probably would not be where I am today without these mentors guiding me. So yeah, that's really important in my journey.
And I am going to say, as amazing as all the panelists will be, don't feel compelled to clap in between. We'll hold the applause to the end. We will cheer internally until the end of the panel, just to make sure that we get through all the questions. Go ahead.
Claps make me nervous, so feel free. So I didn't really have a journey to and I want to clarify one thing. So the degree is actually astronomy physics here, but I say astrophysics because in life, when I tell people, oh, I'm an astronomy student, they ask me what I think of Capricorns, and it's right, exactly. So I try to just put it all together so we can be on the same page for the most part. But I didn't really have a journey to this field that I love. My mother tells this story. Basically, I was 2 years old and I was watching a Kraft cheese commercial, and I saw the cow jump over the moon, and I was like, great, that's what I want to do. I want to go to the moon. And from being an astronaut until about 7 years old, I was like, maybe not, going to the moon per se, maybe just studying things up there. And that was, I'll just say it's been written in my book of life forever. In terms of persistence, I think my first encounter really with having to be really persistent was in high school. So I went to a selective enrollment high school in Chicago, which means that they take students who take a test from all around the city. If you get in, great. And I happened to get in. And every day for 4 years, I woke up at 5, and I took a train around 6:30 to ride an hour to the north side and go to a school that was extremely economically diverse, extremely culturally, racially diverse, but it did perpetuate a lot of let's call them societal ills or societal biases about people from certain backgrounds. And it was extremely heartbreaking because I had gone to a grade school that had perhaps the exact same demographics, but it was much smaller, and we all grew up together, and so we all really got to know each other as people outside of copying what the greater American sense of who people are and what their values are in society. And so, jumping into that was a culture shock, but I've never been good at math, ever. I've always I've never been good at math, ever. I'll say this, I've never been inclined toward mathematics.
Okay,
I've never been inclined toward numbers, right?
There we go.
I'm like a much better like reader. Like my other degree is in Spanish literature, and I'm just much more comfortable there, like comfortable writing essays and all of that. Like if you need me to write an essay, I can have it done in 6 hours, and we're all good. Math, a lot harder for me. But I got there, and I had this dream. I wanted to be in astronomy. I wanted to be an astrophysicist my whole life. And I suddenly got to a place where no one believed in me. And that was extremely new. And I had an AP physics teacher, and someone is here who actually went to my high school. Hi, Lori. And we had the same AP physics teacher, Mr. Matt Sylvia, and he's probably the reason why I didn't give up. Like, I told him that I had this dream, and I was like, but all the other kids at this school suck, Mr. Sylvia, and I know I'm Black and I'm from the South Side, but I can do this. And he's like, yeah, you can. And I'm like, my grades might not always reflect that, but I know what I can do. And he's like, yeah, like you can do that. And so he's like, you really have to persist, because people aren't going to get any nicer in college, right? Especially if you don't go to an HBCU. And I took that to heart, and I graduated. I got a scholarship, obviously. And things got profoundly harder once I entered university, because it wasn't like in high school where, I spent, 8 to 10 hours with people who I didn't feel comfortable with, but now I'm living there. Like, I'm living in that environment. And so 5 years of that was really, especially like the ages of like 18 to 23, like you're profoundly like stupid. Like you're profoundly stupid in like just in that age range. And I don't mean to insult any of the 18 to 23-year-olds, but when you look back, when you're 28 and you look back at who you were at 19, you'll be like, yikes, right? And so I'm going through the period of yikes and like going through like the infant stages into adulthood, and I'm also going through all of this kind of like culturally shocking BS in my own department. And luckily I had a community like First Wave, where I've met some of the best humans in the world who really got me through the worst of it, and the worst of it, whether it was dealing with some of my classmates or at times some of my professors, or whether it was just dealing with who I was at 18 and 19. Yeah.
So I want to ask a follow-up question to that a little bit.
Yeah.
Which is, both of you all talked a lot about, or some about the scholarship programs that you were a part of and the communities that created for you. So I have 2 follow-up questions. The first is, in addition to the scholarship community, how important was a peer group of folks who were also moving through the STEM fields to your success? So that's the first question. And then the second question is about the nature of mentorship. I had a similar experience to Dr. Williams, where I saw a very sharply dressed Black woman, and I said, talking about race, and I said, I want to be you. Tell me how to be you. Right? And she said, what do you mean? I said, I want to be able to talk about race. I want to be able to wear nice suits and talk about race. And so we talked through the process of it. But how important is the race or gender of a mentor? Because I think we want to also be thinking about the ways in which we can all be part of this process. So either of you can take either question. And I'll throw it up, and if other panelists have things that you want to add at this point too, feel free.
So, I'll go ahead. And I wanted to answer your question of how important your peer group is. And so Posse, I'm sure you know, our first 2 years in the university, we actually have a weekly seminar led by a Posse mentor that Sherry was one. And so we sort of, every week we meet and discuss our experiences on this campus and how basically help each other. So my Posse, majority of us are in STEM fields, and we do take similar classes, but we don't see each other in our discussion classes, in our lectures. And so my experience my first year walking into a discussion class where it was chemistry. It was only me and another Asian American student. It was shocking because I grew up in Gaithersburg, Maryland, 30 minutes from DC. Never have I been in an environment that I was that much of a minority. And it was really shocking, and I heard and experienced a lot of microaggressions that I have never experienced before coming to this university. And so handling that as a freshman can be really daunting. And so you said how important it is to have mentoring peers of the same race and gender. It's really important because they get it. They are able to validate your experience. When you're out there in a discussion class and you're the only student of color or one of two, you sometimes think, am I being too sensitive? Is this part of a normal college experience? Like, to experience this isolation, to second guess yourself every time you have to raise your hand because are you feeding the stereotype? Are you, as an Asian American, I feel like when I enter these classrooms, there's a set expectation put on me. So sometimes I don't even want to ask a question because people would look at me like, oh, well, you should know this, right? Statistics show that you graduate at a higher rate. No offense to this.
So
But
calculus
it's-
must come easy.
It must come easy, exactly. But then I talk to my fellow posse members that are Asian American too, and they're like, no, we experience the same thing. And so having this group of people who are like me experiencing the same thing, it keeps me sane. So that, it kept me really level-headed my first 2 years, which was the very challenging 2 years of my university experience.
Well, I'll speak to the mentorship piece. I think if you would have asked me this question 5 years ago, I would have said, only like a black woman from Chicago whose grandma is from Mississippi could understand me. And that's true to a certain extent. But I actually happened upon an amazing mentor who was a postdoc in the astronomy department. So Alex Diamond Stanek, white guy from Athens, Georgia, real regular, just real cool. And he was, I actually could honestly say pivotal to my success here. I think there is a level of comfort that you have with someone who kind of shares your identity group. But there's also a wealth of things to learn from people who don't. And I understand that there are some kind of politics that you have to navigate with people whose experiences you don't quite understand, but that doesn't mean that you wouldn't be at least a good mentor to them. Alex was excellent. Alex helped me detangle things socially, academically. He really invested and honestly still invests a lot of time into making sure that I was okay to the best of his ability. I would say also, so I was going through a particular situation that I kind of held with me during my sophomore year. And Alex and I would have weekly check-ins, and I told him about the situation. And I was like, this thing makes me, I can't explain it, but it's weird. Like, this thing makes me uncomfortable, right? And he not only validated that, but he talked me through the fact that the situation, which I don't really feel like going into right now, was a lot, bigger than I had let on. And I had let my insecurities about being a junior person, my insecurities about being an undergrad, my insecurities about not wanting to trouble people in my department really overshadow something that was a big deal. And I really appreciated how in my corner he was, and how willing he was to do the legwork. But with that being said, he was willing to do the legwork, but I wasn't his project. I wasn't his project. I wasn't this black kid he was trying to save. It was a very human, very authentic interaction between us. I wasn't a part of his mission per se, but he did help me a lot.
So, can I add on?
Please do.
Can everyone just say check and move the mic a little closer?
Check.
Yes.
Is this better?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not gonna say all of that all over again. But long story short, there was a white postdoc male in my department. He was an amazing mentor to me. 5 years ago, if you could have asked me if this white boy from Georgia could have helped me out, I would have said, he doesn't understand me enough. But he didn't have to understand me to be a great mentor.
There's some good people from Georgia, by the way. I'll just put that out.
My graduate advisor was from Georgia,
Yeah.
and she made the best grits. Best grits.
Grits are important.
Yes. Anyway,
I just wanted to add to that I get that, I'm glad that you mentioned authenticity. I get the question a lot from faculty and staff who really mean well and want to be supportive of students, but they feel unequipped because of their, they may be white or male and not feel like they can help. And so the response has been to not help, but they really want to find a way to do it. And I think that people sense when you're coming at it from a really caring attitude, from a place of, I really want to get to know you, I really believe in you, I really want to be part of your journey here. And that doesn't, that's the way to kind of transcend, whether you're a role model that looks like me or not. I think that people want people who believe in them and want to come alongside that journey. That was my experience when I was here. I was fortunate enough to play athletics, and there was just the assumption that, well, because you're part of a team, that you've got a support group and you're just going to go along that way. But I wanted to be a student too, and wanted to make some connections in the academic world. And folks who've been around here for a while may remember the Piliavans. They were both sociology and social work faculty here, and they took a group of us and just decided that they wanted to get to know us. They want us to really highlight that they believed in us being there beyond just being an athlete. That what were your goals going forward? Have you even thought about life beyond sport? And I don't want to say sadly to say, but I kind of went from STEM to social sciences because of their influence. They were both sociologists, but both they were older white couple, and I grew to love them because of their care and attention. And before too long, I didn't even think about what color they were, just because there was that genuine getting to know me and relationship building that I think is really important.
so I think that's an excellent segue to the next question. For students of mine who are in the class, know that I always say that all roads lead back to W.E.B. Du Bois' 1903, Souls of Black Folk. And he talks about not approaching individuals as a problem, but as a person in summation. And I think Miana and Tom both hit on this idea that they were to approach the student as a person and try to walk alongside them in their journey. I'm wondering, and I'll pivot to the panelists, so to Molly and Salithia, talk a little bit, and Tom too as well, of course all the panelists, but talk a little bit about how we work with faculty and staff to build cultural competency, particularly when it relates to students who might be thinking about not persisting in the STEM fields. So I loved the example, the scenario question relative to Jamila that Dr. Williams posed in her talk. And in the advising world, we're often forced to grapple with this decision in real time, when we encourage students to stick with STEM and when they might be more adequately suited for other pathways. How do you navigate that, and what are your thoughts on how we prepare faculty and staff to be able to respond to those things in real time?
Well, that's complicated. First, I'd like to say I'm in the medical school. Whew, I am, and here, of course, there's so much evidence that if you can increase the diversity of the faculty in medical schools, you will increase the diversity of the physician workforce, and that is a very potent intervention to reducing the pervasive health disparities in our country. So we have that additional sense of urgency. And the term cultural competency, I forget exactly where it came from, but it sort of became popular in medical schools about 20 years ago. And, then studies, well-intentioned, was sort of the colonial view of increasing diversity and inclusivity in medical schools. Because then studies began to look at the programs for cultural competency, and Gloria Hawkins knows this better than I do, and basically they either didn't work or made things worse. And so now there's a sense that what were we thinking? This was so pretentious to think that people could become culturally competent. So now the framework is more cultural humility, cultural sensitivity, which I think is a much healthier approach. So I don't know exactly how to do that. As I said, research looking at the programs in medical schools for cultural competency have basically found they don't work. I can sort of tell you what not to do. So now medical schools, they want to be mostly white. Only 3% of medical school faculty are black. I don't know the numbers for Hispanic, but it's even lower than the tenured faculty on your other data. So the mostly white medical students early in their program are taken into like the inner city, or they're taken to, underserved communities, which of course only reinforces every stereotype they come with. So I do not think that's the way to do it. I have to say one more thing. I want to completely monopolize it, but I think it would be better to do things, for example, our previous vice chair of surgery, who left for Stanford, was an African-American woman. And because she was in Wisconsin, almost all the medical students working in her research lab were white, often from rural areas of Wisconsin. So what she did was take her whole research lab to the national meeting of the Society of Black Surgeons. It was a life-transforming experience for them. I think that's far better than taking them to the inner city. But I don't really have a right way of doing it. Only I think the way we're currently doing it is somewhat misguided.
I'll add to that. So I think one thing that we've done at Harvey Mudd at the top is to rethink tenure promotion guidelines to be more inclusive, of making sure that faculty who are working in diversity and inclusion are rewarded not at the glorified service level, but at the scholarly activity and research level. And that sort of sends a message to the entire faculty that this is something that we don't just say that we value, but we value it when you go up for tenure, when you go up for full, just as much as we value your research. Because often it's certain faculty that engage in this at the risk of then not being able to engage in as much scholarly work. And then when tenure comes around, the tenure committee isn't looking at that extra work that you did in the same way that they are looking at your publications and your scholarly work. And so we as a faculty redefined what research looked like to be more inclusive. In addition to that, we also sort of give faculty tools of engagement. And so in the same way that I said, hey, Mr. Dorman pulled me to the side, we encourage faculty to invite students to the next course. And so for my underrepresented students and women students, I mean my white students too, right? But really sort of finding a moment to pull them to a side and say, hey, by the way, you're doing great, even if you're at a C. If you're doing great in my class, I'd love to see you in next semester's probability and statistics part 2. Let me know if you have questions. And so really just inviting them, because often just because you treat everyone equally doesn't mean that they come away from your class equally. And so I have to be intentional in reaching students and encouraging my colleagues to be intentional in inviting them to the next course, and then the next course. And the next thing you know, they're a math major, right? We will joke with each other as we pass students, like, have you declared math yet? When are you going to declare math? I didn't see your paperwork come through for declaring math as your major. And it's sort of fun, but it's also letting students know that I'm looking for them to be a math major. I expect them to be. Sure, you can go to computer science, but we want you in math, and that I can't be the only voice from the department saying that. So I need my senior white male colleagues to say that as well. And then last comment I'll say is that, my first couple of years at Harvey Mudd as the first African-American woman faculty, students were not, my teaching evaluations were just like, not great. She can't answer questions, she's not engaging. Really? Like, I'm not engaging? And so my colleagues came back, because we do a 2- and 4-year reappointment before we go up for tenure in the 6th year. And so, I'm thinking like, well, let me go back on the market, because obviously this isn't working out. My colleagues had, in my letter, cited literature for student evaluations, comments for women faculty, comments for faculty of color, and then when you compound that for a woman of color, students are expected to give very low evaluations. We have no doubt in Dr. Williams' success on our campus, and our students are no different from students around the country. They have these same biases, and so we don't put any weight into these evaluations. Let's look at her 4th year and tenure. And sure enough, by the time 4th year, tenure came around, people knew me, they were coming to my class, it was a different set of evaluations. We brought in other faculty of color in other departments that have not made their 2nd year review. Didn't make it past 2 years, because student comments kick them out of the running. And so, while I'm proud of what my department has done, that's not been reflective of every department at Harvey-Mudd, unfortunately.
No, so, many of your comments are circling around a similar theme, which is this idea of innate cultural wealth. That many of us come into institutions with our own sense of intestinal fortitude, things that we've learned from families or parents, or, I joke that some of the best lessons I've learned in life come from my uncle who never went to college, right? And so when we're thinking about how we encourage students to bring pieces of themselves into the space and draw on their own strength, one of the ways that we talk about that is self-efficacy. This idea that we all have to accomplish something in order to feel like we can accomplish something else, right? Once I do the first thing, once I learn to walk, then I think I can run, right? Once I learned how to do math, then maybe I think I can do calculus. Right? Can you talk, each of you, talk a little bit about a time when you've had your own sense of self-efficacy challenged, and how you overcame it. And then someone, I won't, certainly I'm always willing to pick on Kent and Miana to talk, because they're sort of right in the thrusts of the academic experience and really tapping into that right now. But if we could also, if any of the panelists would also talk about how you think we build this into students. We talk about it as resilience here, but how do we build this into students so that that's part of their experience of progressing?
I'll start with this one. I think it hits at, we see everyone who comes here with a lot of big ideas and grand hopes and a lot of energy and motivation. And somewhere along the way, that motivation has a way of getting bruised and taken away, and kind of focusing on what causes that. And I think the idea of self-efficacy is kind of central to that. My own story, it's a little different. I wish I had that mentor in high school to kind of steer me towards a path. My mentor in high school, we all have the conversation when you're a freshman of what do you want to be professionally when you go to college. And I didn't know any better. I was a first generation student, and I said, well, what's a good job? I want to be a doctor. And my guidance counselor laughed. It's a great job. And of course, this is back in the 1980s, and my counselor's response was he laughed and said, I think you need to think of something a little bit easier. Those are his exact words. And so, for me, that became my motivation. I decided I wanted to be a high school guidance counselor because I know I can do a better job than this person. And so that became, a motivating factor to want to go on to college. I had 4 older siblings who didn't go, and that was going to be my motivation to go. But then, how do you maintain that along the way? Because you start off, you take these, and I did my undergraduate here at UW-Madison, and you're confronted right away with large classes and a lot of folks here who, you look at them as, I'll never be like these folks sitting next to you, and sometimes what's being said, that first day of classes, one of you won't be here, by the end of this semester, you hear that. And every little comment like that chips away at that motivation. And I think it's really important to be reminded, and we have this conversation a lot with folks on campus. No one's here unless they belong here, unless they have the ability and the skills and something that they're bringing to the table. And how can we continue to reinforce that without chipping away at that? And so that all goes back to the fact that we want to remind ourselves, and particularly our students, that you deserve to be here. You've got skills. You've got abilities that are going to go on beyond this university to really make a difference. And how do our structures in the classroom and advising and in the communities that we are, how do we continue to build that? Because then, that's becoming more of a, let's keep your eyes on the prize as opposed to chipping away at our weaknesses. And so I think if, again, just restoring confidence in what's already there is an important task that I think it's sort of invisible at times.
Well, so of course, self-efficacy is the cornerstone of learning behavioral change. And so we have been trying to foster self-efficacy among faculty to learn what we call break the bias habit. Again, as a physician, we're all about helping people break other unwanted habits, stop smoking, exercise more, change the way you eat. And so because of the evidence that these kind of unintended cognitive processes that distort the way you interpret information from individuals in a stereotyped group function like habits, we're trying to arm faculty with evidence-based strategies they can practice to essentially break the bias habit. And we have been developing interventions to help faculty do that. We've tested one in a randomized controlled trial and found that it does indeed help faculty break the bias habit. It results in a controlled study in improvement in department climate, and 3 years after the intervention, it increased the diversity of faculty hires.
I wanted to add to what Tom said about instilling confidence. I think as a student of color, it's really important to have a one-on-one relationship with a good mentor. And for me, that came through Emily, who's actually the interim director of Posse. And what people don't realize is that she's right there. For students of color, we lack confidence, and it's sad to say we sometimes lack confidence throughout our college careers, regardless of what we've achieved. Some of my Posse people who just walked into the door have achieved so much, and yet when you talk to them and ask them, do you deserve to be here, or talk about some of your achievements, they will look at you and be like, oh, I didn't really do anything. I didn't really do anything. So what kept us going is people like Emily, who sort of put us into perspective, a perspective that we lose because we're so busy battling all of these issues, put us into perspective and say, well, look at what you've achieved. Look at this. And give meaning to what we've done. Because sometimes we think that this is expected of us. We're here on a scholarship. This is just natural. This is just a requirement. We have to do research. We have to do this. And so having that one-on-one relationship, whether it be a TA or a professor, research mentor, to give you that perspective, I think is really crucial for a student of color.
So to extend, and everybody hear me? Okay, great. To extend on that a bit, if not instilling, but at least making sure you're not breaking the confidence of students is extremely important. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir. Obviously, we all know that. But there are subtle ways in which that's done. And I feel moved to kind of outline that because in my experience, I've had people with the best of intentions be the people who break my spirit the most in my department. And one, I would like to say, I understand that socially, when you're interacting with someone, right, you want to show as many markers of we relate in some way, even if that way is pulling, straws out of the sky. We relate as much as possible. But I don't think it's important to tell your students that you don't see color, right? Because you're saying that you don't see them, right? Because they do exist in a context, and so does your relationship with them, right? It's not important to tell your students that your spouse is another race, because honestly, your taste in another human has nothing to do with me. It's also, and I think this is a little bit more of a complex point, but when you see a student of color going down a path that you think that you wouldn't necessarily take if you were them, whether it's how they're studying for classes, whether it's what kind of research experience they want to have at another institution, et cetera. I think it's important to not negatively reinforce as a means of trying to reach them. And so I'm going to give a personal example. So I had a professor who had great intentions. I've been looking for you in the audience. I've been actually looking for him. I don't think he's here. Sad. But he told me, so this was after, I believe Freddie Gray was murdered in Baltimore. And he said, and I was doing a lot of activisting stuff on campus. And, he thought that that was a distraction. And in some ways, it was. And his encouragement was trying to tell me, well, I get what you're trying to do, but focus first on graduating, and maybe you can just be a Black scientist that other Black people look up to, and that might just be enough. Or in another email, he said, also, I know you have really intense feelings about this case, but also remember that half of those officers who murdered him were Black, so you have to remember that these things aren't black or white. I do believe that those comments came from the best, if even the most obnoxious, place in this person. Sorry, the best, if not the most obnoxious place in this person's heart, but it was extremely unhelpful. It really was, and I can understand having a really intense personal investment in a student, but you also have to understand that we're not your kids. That's it.
So we're going to open it up to the audience for questions. So I ask you to make your way to the microphones. And while you're doing that, I'm going to throw out a question to Talithia, which is, we want to, I think we all have a shared interest here in increasing the number of students who are matriculating on through the doctorate level. What are some strategies that you think would be helpful to demystifying the process of matriculating through a STEM major through the PhD?
I think it's helpful to look at the data at your institution. So what are the DF and W rates, especially for your math courses when you think about what your gateway courses are? How are all students progressing through that? But in particular, women and students of color, because often it's the gateway courses that kick students back or force them to retake it, and then they've fallen off of the STEM path. And mathematicians, I'll talk about us. I mean, we you see ourselves as, the keepers of the, mathematical excellence. And you see that in course allotment, right? We've got intro calculus courses that can hold 200 or 300 people, and calculus 2 holds 85, and calculus 3 holds 40. So we expect students not to persist, right? We know that they're not. We know we're going to weed them out until we get the best. And I think that's a wrong mentality. So not just for math, but for other departments as well. So how do we keep those students in the pipeline instead of allowing them to leave or failing them out of the program is one. In response to your previous question, I really encourage students to own their experience. And, coming from an undergraduate at a historically Black college for women, I advocated for myself all the time. Like, I felt like this was my place. It was built for me. There's nothing here I can't have. People are here because they want to see Black women do well. So if I need something, I'm going to ask for it because they want to help me. And my Black students at MUD don't feel that way about my campus. They don't walk around like they own the space, and they don't feel like they own the space. So it's hard to advocate for yourself in a place where you feel like you're a guest. You know, if I come into your house, you invite me over for dinner, I'm not gonna be like, ooh, this is how I fix my collard greens, and you know, I'm vegan, can you take that pork out? I'm gonna say thank you for what you put before me, I'm so grateful. I'm gonna, you know, I'll pick through the meat, it's okay. And so students are coming into spaces where stuff has been set in front of them, and so it's hard to know, can I ask for something different? Because I'm a guest in this space. When I go home and I'm eating, I'm not gonna eat that. Mom, no, that's okay, I'm in the refrigerator, I'm pulling out stuff, I'll make my own salad, right? Because I own the space. And I want students to feel like they own the campus space so that they can advocate for themselves.
So I've given you a moment to start making your way to the microphones, and I bought you time with a great question. So please make your way to the microphones. Go ahead, Professor Adele.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sandra Adele, a professor in Afro-American Studies here at the UW. And I want to thank everybody. Patrick Sims, wonderful, wonderful job this is. Roberta, thank you so much for the beautiful, beautiful poetry. And to our guest, Professor Williams, thank you. This was really energizing to see you moving around doing your thing. And I want to address Kent, whom I just met last week, folks, because I decided I needed to go to the French house because I'm forgetting all my French. And we had a wonderful conversation in French. He's very fluent. And to Miona. And the question is, you're both in the sciences and the humanities, and so at this point, I define you as interdisciplinarians, and in the true sense of the word. In other words, you're in one field of expertise, and then this other field, which is supposed to be, doing two sides of the brain and all this kind of stuff. What do you see, as you move on with your careers, do you envision deepening this interdisciplinarianness? In other words, how are you going to continue with the French? How do they come together? And Miona, what would you be doing with your poetry and your sciences? And let me say also that I was on the original planning committee for First Wave, and those of you who have done this thing said, I'm taking the scholarship, I'm gonna do my poetry, I'm gonna do my spoken word, but I don't necessarily have to be a star in spoken word, I'm gonna be a star in astrophysics.
Well, we're working on that one.
Is for both of you. Can you talk a little bit about the merging of the sciences, the languages, both of you study languages and the arts?
It's hard to say that that they don't inform each other. They absolutely do. Physics is just extremely poetic. So physics is the study of how things work, right? At their most basic, physical, provable level. And poetry is the study of how things work in a weird metaphysical, let's use words and language to say greater things about how to live and what the nature of life is like. In the future, do I intend to explicitly meld them in the way that I try to do in my art now? I would like to think that I still could, but anyone who's ever been a writer, you know that we all go through ebbs and flows in our creative process. So I think where I am now in my poetry, the astronomy and the physics isn't showing as much as it was when I was an undergrad, but I'm in a very different place in my life. In terms of the comment about being a superstar in astrophysics, oh my gosh, maybe one day. But I would really, my goal in life and the thing that would make me feel really good about my time here is if I could use where I am in astronomy and use where I am and where I want to be in poetry to kind of give face to someone who really kind of has it all, and someone who really worked hard in 2 areas and flourishes in both. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm probably at a 0.75 right now, but hopefully I can live long enough to reach at least a 9.
Thank you for that plug for the French House. So if you want to practice French, come on to the French House. So for me, my future goal is I want to become a physician. And I think language is actually a very, very powerful tool in the interactions between a physician and their patients. My mom came to the country with limited English, and a lot of the miscommunication that happened between the doctor and her was because of the doctor's unwillingness to reach out to her in another way just because she couldn't speak English. Oh, like, I know her, what's wrong with her? She doesn't need to tell me. So why I took in French, so I speak Filipino, is that for me, to become a very effective physician, I feel like you need to connect in more ways than one to your patients. And for me, that's where language comes in, is I hope that when I'm confronted with a patient, I can communicate with them effectively and better listen to them, which a lot of doctors nowadays do not do when they're confronted with someone from a different cultural background than them. So that's why I see using my French in sciences.
So unfortunately, we're almost at time, so we have time for one more question.
Okay. I just wanted to pick up on the thread of dealing with political issues in STEM classes and how for disproportionately women and underrepresented minorities, this is crappy time. And how to acknowledge that maybe in a big lecture setting without setting people back, right? You want them to focus on, learning science, but you also want to acknowledge there might be bigger things going on in the world that matter, and how to maybe navigate that passage.
So in my classroom, and not just me, but faculty at MUDM often provide space in class. So when Black Lives Matter movement was happening, there was a protest on campus. We allowed students to get out of class early. We allowed students to turn in homework later. And so we were very vocal about, because we see this is happening in society, here are mechanisms that you can engage, and here are ways that I'm going to adjust my class for those of you who would choose to participate so that you can still be active. Students really appreciated, even students who weren't, appreciated that we were conscious about it and talked about it from that position of leading a class of students and making that space and time in our class to talk about it.
To extend on that point, I think I really appreciate that you all do that. That's extremely important. That's something that I remember being in undergrad. It wasn't that long ago, obviously, but I really, during those, especially those peak times of Black Lives Matter, it's something that I really wish that some of my professors in any department, whether it was the astronomy department, the physics department, the Spanish department, had mentioned. Because there were times when it was such an isolated space that it felt like people just didn't know what was going on, and it made me feel like I had to compartmentalize, like I had to, but I could not, and that was the problem. For people in the physics department who are here, I see some of y'all. Hey, maybe start with emails to the whole class when things are going on, right? If there's, been something like a Dylan Roof shooting up a church, and you have students who may be Christians or may just be Black, or if you have, that guy last week who shot up that synagogue, right? And you may have Jewish students, or even if you don't, it's really, really important not to divorce like stem from social awareness. Thank you. Mostly because we see sciences unlike the social, or the quote-unquote hard sciences, unlike the social sciences, as, you know, being just purely based on logic. And if you have like a brain, there are things that are true and things that are not, but we also deal with people. Like, you also deal with people on a regular basis, people from many, many backgrounds. And if you want to show that your space is inviting, your department is inviting, your department isn't ignoring the greater cultural context of the United States, then maybe start with a memo to the faculty, a memo to the students that says, you know, we see you, we see how hard things are, and not only do we see you, we want you to know that we're here.
Well, unfortunately, I've been elated to have this panel, and I've learned so much. And I know we have so many golden nuggets. I'm sorry that we couldn't get to more questions because we do have to take a break and then we're getting ready for lunch. But if you would please join me in thanking Dr. Williams, Dr. Carnes, Dean Brown, Ms. Miana Short, and Mr. Kent Mock. I think we can all say we took a lot of nuggets from you all about how we create better and more inclusive classrooms intentionally as we prepare students for progression through the STEM fields. So we'll take a brief break. Lunch is back in this room at 11:45, and Chancellor Blank will be joining us for comments. So we look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you.
All right, folks. We are back. Hopefully you've had a chance to enjoy the amazing sandwiches, turkey, chicken, and some of our veggie options. We're going to shift gears a little bit and give you an update on some things that are happening in my office for the remainder of this year. The Chancellor will also bring some remarks. But before I jump into the commentary, I just want to remind folks that if you haven't voted yet, early voting is still happening. October 22nd through November 2nd, Monday through Friday, 12 to 6 p.m. across from the Rathskeller and Memorial Union, and the Marquee Lounge here in Union South, and the Student Activity Center, the 4th floor, Monday through Friday, 10:15 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. So if you yourself or students are interested in voting, please make sure you get out and vote. All right, I have done my obligatory recognition for the vote. Yes. All right. Now, last year during this session, we profiled some of the data. Now, wait a second. I know this is still Sherry mode, Sherry Charleston mode. But maybe I should leave it like this because the chance is going to be coming up soon, too. So, yeah, I'll do one of these. So, no. Last year during this session, we profiled and featured some of the data from the Campus Climate Survey. Today, I'd like to mention a few updates that we've put in place as a result of that experience. Given our firm commitment to shared governance, a few things we began with that information was we're chartering a climate survey implementation group comprised of members from the Campus Climate Survey Task Force and our various governance committees that are related to diversity, equity, and inclusion. So if you think about Chapter 6 governance committees, FP&P, our CDCC, our Campus Diversity and Climate Committee, our EDC chairs group, our equity and diversity chairs groups for every school, college, or large administrative unit, and of course our MD coordinators that are also affiliated with every school and college. They are going to each focus on a particular recommendation. There were 7 recommendations that came about as a result of that experience, and each of those entities are going to focus on a few recommendations that they are going to put pedal to the metal, resources, activation around bringing those recommendations to life. In addition, my office is doing something new in partnership with these same entities. We're beginning to produce a series of affinity group gatherings. And so we think about affinity group gatherings for faculty and staff for particularly targeted populations, so African American, our Latinx community, our Southeast Asian community, our Native American community, and our LGBTQ community. Recommendations 5 and 7 in particular spoke of promoting our shared values of diversity and inclusion, and in particular having dialogues, engaging in dialogues across difference to emphasize mutual respect and understanding. Accordingly, our students have emphasized their desire for a strong, unifying messaging strategy for our entire campus. Therefore, we've responded. The following are a set of feature profiles of students on this campus that affirm what it means to be a member of this community and that there is no one way of owning your own experience. We heard our panel earlier this morning talk about owning your experience. Dr. Williams in her comments also talked about creating that experience that affirmed you belong here, not feeling like you're a guest at your own institution. We're looking forward to the fact that student leaders are going to help us spread the word that they are indeed important members of the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So I want you to be on the lookout for digital and social media feeds, and we'll turn the attention to the screen. Some of these are coming through. Great, thank you. Now it is my honor to introduce Chancellor Rebecca Blank. She became our Chancellor of the flagship institution in July of 2013. She's a respected economist who has spent time in Washington, D.C. working for 3 separate administrations. Most recently, she served as Deputy Secretary and Acting Secretary of the U.S. Department of Commerce. Chancellor Blank brings a deep commitment to educational excellence and innovation to her role, and we're thrilled that she could take some time out to be with us today. And I have to say, we started during the same year. I came on board my role that August, and I've seen up close and personal the balancing act, the tight rope wire walk that she has to do to manage all of our various interests, constituents, making sure that we continue to represent the excellence, par excellence, that UW-Madison is known for. She's the right lady for the time. Thank you very much, Chancellor Blank.
Good afternoon, everyone. I should say happy Halloween. I
I don't wear red every day, but I had to do a video this morning, so I knew I had to wear red. And when I showed up at the breakfast table this morning, my husband looked up at me and said, "Oh, you're pretending to be a chancellor for Halloween, aren't you?" I said, I have to be pretty good at that pretension, but anyway. I really appreciate all of your presence here. I know we've got a record crowd at the Diversity Forum, both today and tomorrow, which is absolutely great. I don't have to tell you how important these conversations are. Diversity is deeply important to this campus, to our faculty, our staff, our students, but it doesn't happen by accident. And this sort of engaged conversation and learning and discussion of what we need to do better, how we might do it, what are the issues we need to be thinking about is just deeply important. So thank you to Patrick for all of the work that he and his entire office did to put this together. I also want to thank the morning speakers. I understand that I missed a really great presentation from Dr. Talithia Williams, and I'm sorry, but I'm hoping I can pick it up on the streaming video afterwards. And I hear that the panel discussion on making STEM classrooms more inclusive was equally good. That is a very important topic for our campus. Over the last year, we have set a record for STEM graduates. Right now, and I find this amazing, more than half of all the degrees that we gave in 2017 and 18 were in STEM or healthcare. It tells you how much growth and interest there is in those fields. If you look at undergraduate majors, they're just multiplying. So the interest continues to grow. And for that reason, as well as many others, it has never been more important for us to create learning environments where every student who has the ability and the interest can pursue a STEM field degree. Now, some of you know that UW-Madison has actually been a leader in training STEM faculty to teach students from diverse backgrounds. And we're a leader in the effort to expand the pipeline by attracting more graduate students of color into STEM. Just last month, the National Science Foundation selected the Wisconsin Center for Educational Research for a 5-year, $10 million project leading a national alliance that is focused on those issues. But you are also, I am sure, well aware that while we are very extensively involved in research and even in studying practice in this field, we haven't always done the best job putting our research into practice here at home. But I'm happy to say that I think there's a lot of evidence that that is changing. Many faculty are in the process of redesigning STEM courses in order to make sure that they are more inclusive in terms of who they speak to and who they engage. For instance, a faculty member who teaches an introductory physiology course that is required for pre-med and many science majors, so known as one of the toughest courses here on campus, did the calculation and realized that 40% of his students of color were receiving D's, F's, and dropping out. And that was simply not acceptable, compared to only 15% of the non-minority students. So he worked with some of our experts across campus to incorporate some new teaching practices. And in 1 year, the DF dropout rate fell by almost 12 percentage points, from 40% to 28%. Now, that's not still where we need to be, but it's a sign of the type of work we need to be doing, both to be aware of where our challenges are and to be very conscious about working on them. We're going to continue to invest in technology and curricular design to ensure that we're teaching in a way that all students can learn. So I want to mainly tell you about 2 new programs we're launching across campus. And many of you may have heard about one or the other of these, but let me say a few words. First of all, when Sarah Mangelsdorf spoke this morning, she may have mentioned our new Targets of Opportunity program, better known as TOP. This is the most significant step I think we've taken in our support for increasing diversity among our faculty. We've long had a Target of Opportunity program, but I will tell you, it just wasn't very impressive if you look at the dollars we were putting into it and the support it provided. On the other hand, I didn't have the money in my first several years to do much about that. We are now in a position where we have some investment revenue, and one of the ways in which we are investing it is to kick off the Target of Opportunity program. The soft deadline for the first round of proposals is tomorrow, but we're going to accept applications all year round from departments that have identified faculty who are underrepresented in their field and/or their department, and they have to make the argument as to why this faculty member fits into the top program. I understand that we are seeing interest from every school and college in the program, and I'm really excited to see what we can accomplish. We're going to be supporting those hires centrally for up to 5 years, and then supporting some of them further out beyond that. So it's a real incentive to tell departments around the campus that we really want them to actively recruit candidates who bring diversity into their departments. I might also note that we can't just bring new faculty into campus. We have to be able to keep them here. And one of my concerns is that, on the one hand, we have done actually a really good job in our junior faculty hiring, of hiring faculty of color. Our numbers are really high over the last several years. But the following is also true. If you look at who leaves this university and who we have retention issues with, disproportionately, faculty of color leave at a higher rate. So we're bringing them in the door and they're leaving faster. So you can't simply run a targeted opportunity program and not also worry about retention. So I've asked the provost to put together an ad hoc advisory group to review what other schools are doing around retention, to look at what we and various departments here are doing, to put together a set of best practices, and to make some suggestions about additional retention efforts that we also need to be aware of. And if any of you have suggestions on that, you should be in touch with the provost's office, and particularly with Michael Bernard Donals in that office, who will be working closely with this program. Second project that I'm excited about, we're beginning a public history project to collect the stories of individuals who may not be part of our official history documents. This includes the history of members of various ethnic, racial, or religious groups. The project comes out of a report that I commissioned last year to look at the history on this campus of two groups that were operating here in the 1910s and the 1920s that used the name Ku Klux Klan. That report arrived last spring. I suspect many of you in the room have read it, but if you hadn't, I really recommend you do read it. It's a really well-done report about some of our past history that we should not be proud about, but which is important to know and to understand, and to think about how it shapes our campus today. You can find it just by going onto the UW website and Googling KKK report. As a result of that committee's recommendations, they made a number of recommendations. This is one of them. I have allocated dollars to a 2.5 to 3 year project to collect oral and archival histories that are going to allow us to focus on the experiences of particular groups, of particular eras, as well as particular campus domains, such as housing or student organizations. The project, when it concludes, should provide both a database of information. Hopefully it will help provide curricular materials to a variety of our classes and museum-quality public displays that people could access both online and in person. We are in the midst of trying to recruit a director to the Public History Project. Professor Brenda Gale Plummer from the History Department in African American Studies is chairing the search committee to hire that director. I'm really looking forward to seeing this project launched. If there's anyone here who knows someone who ought to be applying to that search, Google History Project or get in touch with Professor Plummer in the History Department. I really hope we have a set of great applications. There are wonderful stories of fascinating people who have helped shape this campus, and whose story in many ways we have lost because we simply didn't bring them into our standard histories. So let me close by telling you about one of those individuals. And the picture is supposed to appear magically on the screen here. It's over there. Mabel Watson Ramey. Mabel Watson Ramey earned a bachelor's degree from UW exactly 100 years ago in 1918, becoming one of the first African-American women to graduate from the university. Some of you know we're actually at the 150th anniversary of the first woman graduating from the University of Wisconsin, and it was almost 50 years later before the first African-American woman graduated. After Ms. Ramey graduated, she took a job teaching elementary school in Milwaukee, but she was fired on the third day of school after school administrators learned that she was black. That experience may have contributed to her next decision, which was to go to law school. She enrolled at Marquette. Get even, right? She was their first female African-American law student. She worked during the day, she went to school at night. Marquette decided to eliminate its night law school before she finished, so she actually never graduated. But she took the bar exam anyway. You don't have to have a degree to take the bar exam, at least in those days, and she passed. She was admitted to the Wisconsin bar and became the state's first female African-American lawyer in 1927. Mabel Watson Ramey spent the rest of her life advocating for people who could not advocate for themselves. Our public history project is going to be a chance to tell Mabel Ramey's story and others, and I hope it will tell the stories of some of the people from our campus who we all know who are making history right now. You're about to meet a few of those people, the winner of this year's Outstanding Women of Color Awards. Dr. Cheryl Gittins is going to introduce them next and tell you about some of the things they're doing on our campus and in our community. Cheryl is the Assistant Vice Provost in the Division of Diversity, Equity, and Educational Achievement. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for everything that you are doing to make this campus a more welcoming, a more diverse, and a more inclusive place. And I hope you enjoy the rest of today and tomorrow. It's an absolutely great schedule. Cheryl, you're on. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The University of Wisconsin-Madison Outstanding Women of Color Award honors women of color who are deeply rooted in both campus and the Madison community through their work towards social justice, service, research, and community building. Each year, the selection committee receives more than 36 nominations of women who exemplify the title of Outstanding Women of Color, and more. We've never run short on women who are a force on campus, in the community, and in their own lives. In fact, UW-Madison has so many nominees for the system's original Outstanding Women of Color Award that former Vice Chancellor Ruby Paredes launched a separate award in 2007. And it's still never been just one honoree. It's extremely challenging to choose from all the wonderful people who are working so hard and making huge differences here and all across the globe in the truest form of the Wisconsin idea. So a huge thanks to the selection committee and my co-chair, Lindsay Stoddard Cameron. Thank you, y'all. It was a lot of work, and that's a tremendous statement about our campus community as a whole, including those who may take the time to nominate these women for recognition. What's truly beautiful about this award is that the honorees typically don't know their colleagues have nominated them or how highly regarded they are for their work, outreach, and dedication. So now I'm looking forward to presenting this year's cohort, which includes Bianca Baldridge, okay, she's assistant professor in educational policy studies in the School of Education. Bianca was selected for her strong collaborative relationships spanning UW-Madison, MMSD, and community organizations, including the Goodman Center and the Lucier Community Center, for the ways in which she humanizes research while expanding scholarly boundaries, bridging academic discourse, and grassroots activism, for her consistent and dedicated mentorship of students, and for her commitment to amplify the voices of community youth through mobilizing youth voices for racial justice, as well as bringing her prior personal experience as a youth organizer into academic spaces. Let's give Bianca Baldridge a hand. Our next awardee is Mariela Casada Centeno. She's a graduate student in Human Development and Family Studies at the School of Human Ecology and also the director of the Wellness Program at Centro Hispano. We were greatly impressed by the consonance of voices from the university and community calling for recognition of her dedication and accomplishments, by her determination to complete master's and doctoral degrees while simultaneously directing Programa Bienestar at Centro de Hispano of Dane County, by her tireless efforts to support the work of promotoras de salud to advance their careers and build their capacity to promote maternal and child health, and by expanding the scope of her work to partner with colleagues in Harambe Village and the African American Breastfeeding Coalition. Congratulations, Mariam. By the way, I haven't said it, but if you are here when I call your name, please stand. So since I did not do that, Bianca, if you're in the room, can you show yourself? Mariela, if you are in the room, can you show yourself? And don't worry, we will present and honor them sometime later this academic year. All right, so next, we have Jennifer Young Cho Edgoose. Who is Associate Professor in Family Medicine and Community Health in the School of Medicine and Public Health. All right? Good clap. This is recognition time. Claps are welcome. She is recognized for her efforts of nearly 20 years to create a definition of continuity of care, reaching far beyond clinic walls to address food insecurity, educational outcomes, housing issues, and neighborhood perceptions of safety. Second, her strong collaborations with educators, firefighters, county public health workers, fellow physicians, and policymakers. Third, her infusion of social justice principles into a robust curriculum on community and population health. Fourth, her success in promulgating this curriculum nationally. Fifth, her contributions to shaping the Department of Family Medicine and Community Health's action plan. And finally, her devoted mentorship and commitment to open doors that support the career success of fellow women of color and create a more inclusive and representative healthcare workforce. Congratulations. Our next honoree is Melissa Metoxen. Who is the coordinator of the Native American Center for Health Professions in the School of Medicine and Public Health. We were greatly impressed by her committed efforts to forge lasting and mutually respectful relationships between the University of Madison, Wisconsin-Madison, and Native American nations, particularly the Oneida Nation and Ho-Chunk Nation. Her role in growing the UW Native American Center for Health Professions and transitioning it from a program within CCHE to an independent center within the School of Medicine and Public Health. Second, for her success in creating applications of Native American students by more than 250%, a figure especially notable in this least represented of historically underrepresented communities in medicine. Third, for her careful negotiation of formal agreements that provide clinic rotations and other community engagement opportunities within tribal health facilities. And finally, her diverse service commitments and her work to enhance knowledge in areas ranging from food customs, food sovereignty, to Alzheimer research. They're all remarkable. Congratulations, Melissa. And now we have Shireen Sherrard Johnson. I know I saw you in the room. She is professor of English in the College of Letters and Sciences. Her scholarly work to reshape and expand the canon is notable and celebrated. Her teaching, including development of FIGS and ethnic studies courses, plus publication of textbooks and critical anthologies, is impressive. Her efforts to engage and inform a wider audience through public lectures and radio interviews, together with her civic contributions, are laudable. However, it is her tireless recruitment and mentorship of women of color, faculty and students alike, work that is too often invisible and goes unthanked, but in Shireen's case, is visibly transforming the Department of English and supporting the career success of colleagues at UW-Madison and beyond. Congratulations. Okay, that's this year's cohort of Outstanding Women of Color honorees. Let's give them another huge round of applause. And also an applause to all of the other nominees. There were over 40 applications and nominations this year. That's a really large community within Madison and UW-Madison that would put forth an effort to recognize all the wonderful contributions that are being made here in our community. So thank you all. So please plan to join us for the 11th annual celebration on Tuesday, March 5th, 2019, from 5 to 7:30 p.m. in the Alumni Lounge of the Pyle Center. Please mark your calendars and join us to celebrate these fine, outstanding women of color. Okay, so after a short break, I want to encourage you to join us in the Marquee Theater for the screening of America to Me. Thank you.
plenty of seats starting about 3 minutes.
like it.
So you just need me to whisper, right?
Right. Are you opening this last session?
Yep.
We found a cell phone. Would you just announce? They can come if you want. I can keep it at registration. You can tell them to find me at registration, or else I'll turn it in to the union at the end of the day. No, it's not.
Oh, is it a Samsung? It might be a Samsung. What did you put?
And I'm just strictly giving a presentation and sitting back down there, so I'll be looking.
So I tried to see if there was any way to find out. Yeah, so if you just want to announce we found one, if they can come describe, like.
Well, do you want to hang when I start, then I can kind of
Sure.
reference it and then give it to you again?
Sure.
Cool.
And then if no one answers, I'll turn it in to the union. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we were just, we were.
So I'll try to lower this for you.
Okay, and it doesn't have to be super low.
Yeah.
I'm used to it higher. The lower I usually go, you can't adjust it. Just get everybody to sort of move in around here so they weren't on the sides.
Well, we will start on time.
Great.
I think the conversation is going to pick up.
Yeah, I was disappointed that I couldn't stay for the conversation after the movie, but that show is,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to go online and watch the
Yeah, it's really powerful. I mean, and what's nice about it, so if you have on demand, 9 of the episodes are already available to watch, so you can almost binge watch it if you want.
Right.
And I think the last one is coming out this.
Is it on PBS or?
No, Stars. If you have cable, Stars television network. If you have cable.
I don't have Stars.
Okay. Yeah.
There's some way, someday it'll be released to Netflix or some of the other
I imagine
online
so.
streaming
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think so. Right. Let me double check.
I have no in the bottom. Yeah, right near the elevators.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are we doing? We're still energized, pumped up, ready to go? Did we enjoy the conversation regarding the America to Me? How many of us had a chance to see that? Yes. So if you are interested and you happen to be fortunate enough to have cable, you can watch, almost binge watch the entire series on the Stars channel network, which is the network that features the documentary. I believe the 10th and final episode is either going to, it may have already aired this past weekend or will be airing this coming weekend. So it's a 10-part series. Do check it out. Quick bit of housekeeping pieces for us. We found a fantastic phone. I believe it's a Samsung phone with a light blue back case. It was right outside the elevators right here. It's yours? $5? $5? Okay, no, Darcy's gonna bring it to you. Great. All right, so we're gonna bring it home. We usually take this time to close out the first day to try to have a topic that we think is resonant and relevant for the community at large, not just our campus. And so today, we wanted to bring you the topic of reality versus perception, the changing demographics of America and the response to it. Deaths now outnumber births among the white population in 26 states. Demographers at UW-Madison's Applied Center, make sure I get the title right.
Applied Population Lab.
Thank you, Applied Population Lab have found. This trend could be a faster than expected transition to a future in which white Americans are no longer the majority of our population. Here to talk about the changing demographics of America and how those changes are being processed and reacted to in American media, culture, and politics are our following panelists. So I'm going to start my far left, your right, with the fantabulous, amazing Karen Menendez. She's blushing already. Karen Menendez-Collier has been the executive director of the Centro Hispano of Dane County since 2013. Her organization aims to make Dane County a community where Latino families can aspire upward through programs that empower youth, strengthen families, and engage the community. Next to Karen is Kathleen Culver. She's an assistant professor of journalism and mass communications and director for the Center for Journalism Ethics. Culver received her doctorate in mass communications with an emphasis in media law. Next to Kathleen is Gail Groy. She's a partner at Axley Law Firm, focusing on personal injury law and civil litigation. She began her legal career in the United Kingdom and successfully petitioned the Wisconsin Supreme Court to allow her to take the Wisconsin State Bar exam, allowing her to become one of the first foreign attorneys permitted to practice law in Wisconsin without attending the American Bar Association approved by a law school. Well, if you're going to clap for her, you got to clap for all of them, right? Next, we have Professor Ben Marquez, Professor of American Politics and Director of the Chicano Latino Studies Program. His teaching and research interests are political sociology and American politics. I have to give Ben a special shout out because he's on sabbatical, and he agreed to be on this panel while he was still on sabbatical, so I owe you one, buddy. Special acknowledgement to Ben. And then last but not least, we have Sarah Kemp. She has been with the Applied Population Lab for 15 years. Her research has focused primarily on enrollment projections modeling and examines rural school issues, redistricting, and demographic change in inner-rung suburbs. This is an amazing panel. We're going to have an amazing discussion, and I asked Sarah to sort of kick us off to share with us some data and analysis and insights that can help contextualize the discussion. The format will be me asking the panelists a series of questions. We'll try to leave about 15 to 20 minutes near the very end to have questions from you all as the audience to engage them directly. My job will be to moderate and keep us on task and interject every now and then, hopefully something witty and insightful and maybe interesting. Please, a warm round of applause for Sarah Kemp. Is that all right?
Didn't want it too low because I'm used to it being so high, being as short as I am. Thank you for having me, Patrick. So I would like to begin first sharing the research that Patrick just mentioned, completed by Rogelio Saenz and the Applied Population Lab research affiliate Ken Johnson, that the Applied Population Lab provided graphics for and published this fall. Starting in 2008, births of non-Hispanic whites began to decline and deaths began to rise. 2016 was the first year where the country experienced more deaths than births of the non-Hispanic white population. In 2016, non-Hispanic whites accounted for 74% of the U.S. deaths and just 53% of the births. Utilizing data from the National Center for Health Statistics, the researchers found that more non-Hispanic whites died than were born in 26 states in 2016. To put this in a historical context, in 2014, the natural decrease states occurred only in 17 states. And 10 years earlier, in 2004, only 4 states had more deaths than births of non-Hispanic white. The states that experienced a non-Hispanic white natural decrease or more deaths than births are shown here in blue, and a non-Hispanic white natural increase states are shown in green. For the most part, the natural decrease states are clustered in the West Coast, Southeast, and Northeast regions of the country. The entire Northeast has seen a natural decrease with the exception of New York. Natural decrease of non-Hispanic whites is more common in states with an older population, fewer women of childbearing age, and low fertility rates. States with a natural increase of non-Hispanic whites was widely distributed throughout the country, with concentrations in the Mountain West and the upper Midwest regions of the country. While more than half the states had more deaths than births in the non-Hispanic white population, they are still experiencing a total natural increase with the exception of the states, with the exception of 3 states, West Virginia, Vermont, and Maine. This natural increase in the total population is due to the increase in other racial and ethnic populations, especially the Latino population. This chart is showing the birth to death ratios by race and ethnic origin from 2000 to 2016. It includes the 4 largest race and ethnic groups, including non-Hispanic white, African American or Black, Asian, and Hispanic or Latino. Demographers use the birth to death ratio to track the changing relationship between fertility and mortality in the population. For non-Hispanic whites, the ratio fell. The number of white births for each white death declined from 1.2 in 2000 to just under 1, or 0.98 in 2016, again indicating more deaths than births. In contrast, even with recent fertility declines associated with the Great Recession, in 2016, there were 5 Latino births for every Latino death, 4 Asian births for every Asian death, and 1.7 African American births for every African American death. This combination of high fertility rates for people of color and low fertility rates of non-Hispanic whites means an acceleration of diversity in the country's population. Up until this point, I've been talking about these natural increases and decreases due to births and deaths. But I would be remiss if I did not also discuss migration, the other component of population change. These 2 broad components, natural increase or decrease, and migration, generate the numeric population change in an area across time. This map from the online tool that we produced shows the total net migration rates, which is the in-migration minus the out-migration from 2000 to 2010. The orange represents a negative net migration, while the purple represents a positive net migration. And it does also include domestic and international migration in this map. Our online tool also provides net migration by county for non-Hispanic white, African American, and Hispanic populations. And the data does also go back to 1950. Patterns of outmigration can be observed in the Great Plains states along the Mississippi River and the Great Lakes region, while in-migration can be observed in several areas of the West and the Southeast. I thought it was also important to take a moment to share with you some of the changes that the U.S. Census has made over the years and give some historical context to the census question of race and ethnicity. Data on race has been collected since the very first U.S. decennial census in 1790. Significant changes to the race question have occurred throughout the decades. The link at the bottom of this slide is a great interactive graph that you can then see how the race categories have changed from each decennial census. 2 recent changes to the race ethnicity question occurred in 1970 and in 2000. In 1970, a question was added asking the respondents to identify if they had a Hispanic origin. This question was then followed by a question regarding race. In 2000, it was the first decade that the census allowed respondents to self-identify with more than one race. Again, changes will be made to the race question in 2020. Clearly, these changes in race and ethnic origin questions of the U.S. Census reflects the changing politics and science of the times, and it's evidence that racial identity is a social construct. Finally, I'd also like to share, to give you some geographical context to race and ethnicity. Where we live regionally within the country and where we live within our own state shape our perceptions. Early in the 1900s, the population in rural America was slightly larger than the population in urban America. In the preceding decades, the rural population remained relatively the same, while cities grew and the urban population increased. In 2010, almost 81% of the population lived in an urban area. This urban growth can be attributed to both natural increases in the population as well as in migration. Much of the population growth in cities has been people of color. In totality, the United States urban counties had no racial or ethnic majority in 2016, which is what that graph is showing you in the top. In conclusion, the United States is projected to continue to become a more racially and ethnically diverse place. The changing racial makeup of the United States is most visible among children and is shown here in the U.S. Census Bureau's projections for the youth population. In 2016, just over half the children were non-Hispanic white in the country, and by 2060, 2 and 3 children are projected to be a race other than non-Hispanic white. In the decades ahead, our discussions of race and ethnicity will continue to evolve, and the conversations regarding the importance of diversity and inclusion will continue to be part of this conversation. And I would like to go ahead and pass it back to Patrick.
Thank you, Sarah. So one of the first questions I wanted to ask this body is, as we review that data, given what you mentioned in terms of the tracking of the different groups comparing the fertility and mortality rates for each population, we know the data is used in different contexts, right? So it's not just about fertility and mortality. That data also has significance from a cultural perspective, a social perspective, and probably most importantly from a political perspective. So with that background, and I offer this question to any of the panelists to respond to, why does race and ethnicity matter in the context of our democratic process? You're itching?
Big question.
Kathleen, you want to go for it?
Oh, great. Make me take the doctoral prelim first. Can I answer, duh? I mean, when you're talking about a democracy, you're talking about a system that is designed to empower people. And it, by its nature, cannot be or should not be a system in which a system that is designed to empower only some people. And that's the situation that I think we have found ourselves in throughout this great American experiment, and a situation that we're in today that I wish we were far more advanced on.
Well, I think the reason that it matters is because it does. And that may sound like a flip answer, but I think it really depends upon how you understand race and how you think that it operates in our society. If it's a distinction, racial and ethnic distinctions are utterly trivial in and of themselves. They only gain force when we give them meaning. And there's various ways that there are various explanations for it that have been given by social scientists. And the worst one, I think, is that it just matters. That means that there's really no way to attack it, that this is something that has a life of its own, that it's not rooted in social structures, and it's not going to be amenable to any kind of change over time, if it simply exists as a force. But if it's a legitimating ideology, then I think we're a little bit better off. I think if it simply is a way of justifying subordination. I give a couple of lectures, 3 lectures, on Thomas Jefferson in one of my courses, and he utterly thought the black slaves were inferior in so many ways. So what purpose did that serve? Well, it helped legitimate his exploitation of his slaves. And if we can attack it from that perspective, we can attack racial distinctions and discriminations as a legitimating ideology. I think the future is a little more hopeful. So hence, back to your question, Patrick, why does it matter in a democratic society? Well, it matters as to who's perceived as being qualified, able, and to have a right to participate in the decision-making process. But that's actually it's just a huge question. I mean,
so let me offer another question, follow up to it, and then Gail, I'll come to you. Just a reminder for those who are on the panel, if you could lean into the microphone a little bit more so it'll catch your full voice. As you gave your description, Ben, the word power came to mind for me, right? Does this get distilled down to power at some point? And power, for me, being defined as access to goods, resources, being able to make decisions that are in your own personal interest, sort of giving primary emphasis to that as opposed to the needs of others. How does that factor into this discussion?
I mean, I was going to let you respond, but I'll talk with you.
No, go right ahead.
See, they're so nice. Gail, go for it.
Okay, just building on what you were saying, Ben, you see, I think it dilutes when we're all mixed up. So what is my ethnicity? If you said, hey, what are you, Gail? All right, and that's just, I may be a mix-up. So the definition of ethnicity is becoming more diluted. We're seeing that in the United Kingdom where I am. We're seeing that in Madison, right? And I think, therefore, that is the problem. We're trying to define something, and that's why I was going to, you can build on that.
Oh, okay, well, I think we have to ask ourselves, well, we have, when you say that ethnicity and race matters, I think you need to ask, compared to what? When I teach my introductory courses on race and ethnicity, I spend a lot of time, and if you want me to deliver a 75-minute lecture, I will. But I've got it stored upstairs here. But I ask my students to consider the African American experience and to consider it as African Americans as the gold standard of a racial and ethnic group that is kept separate from America. From American society. So I say, well, it's called black exceptionalism. That black people are just a group that has never been given a break, and American society has refused, by and large, to integrate them on a large scale in American society. And then you can come up with a number of other groups that have come to this country that have been hated and reviled and marginalized. And today, maybe some of your ancestors are part of the white population. Your status, your belonging is not questioned. And I know there's a literature on African Americans looking at this. Here comes another wave of immigrants, and they're bypassing us. They're moving along into American society. They're becoming assimilated and acculturated and integrated into American society the way that other groups don't. And I think that Latinos constitute a particularly difficult and complex racial and ethnic group. When I'm asked, or when I lecture on it, I don't wait to be asked, what their racial status is, I always say it's contextual and situational. But that somehow feels kind of empty. But this is really the truth. What does it mean to be Latino? Well, it means that you're partially ethnically identified, you're partially racially identified. It's a knowledge, it's an understanding. And just because it's complex doesn't mean that we can't comprehend what it means. What that also suggests to me, if you look at the data on things like educational and occupational gains by Latinos, for every generation it goes up. If you look at intermarriage rates, which I think is the acid test for acceptance in American society, with every generation, intermarriage with the white population goes up. When Latinos intermarry, they marry into the white population. There's very, very few marriages.
So if I can jump on that idea, and Karen, I see you were getting ready to probably offer a few thoughts. Let me ask this question, and then I'll toss it to you or any of the other panelists. You mentioned some of the social gains that Latinos, as they marry and as generations go by, they sort of increase sort of social stature and capital. And we're talking about this data using sort of our majority population, which are white individuals, as the context, right, by which we're comparing this data. So the question I wanted to ask you all is, how has the American definition of who is white and who isn't changed over time? Specifically, what has changed? Why has it changed? And what role, if any, does the media play? That's the last one that I'll give the nod to you, Kathleen. But Karen, you were going to probably respond and offer some thoughts earlier.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about the question that you posed about the issue of power and why tracking race and ethnicity is important. And it clearly is, because we don't have an equitable society. So there are a lot of outcomes, as we all know. Here in Wisconsin, when you look at maternal mortality and infant mortality rates, they're significantly larger for communities of color. And for Latinos, nationally, the longer you're in this country, the worse your outcomes of pregnancy get. So we need to be mindful of tracking our well-being when it comes to acknowledging the differences that we have in our community by race and ethnicity, because we're not an equitable community. And that fluidity in your identity that comes across with generations of how you feel about yourself when you define yourself as a Latino or what racial background you are, plays an impact in the kind of life that you have in our country. So I think it's extremely important that we do that.
Patrick, I think it's really difficult. If we look at traditionally or historically, I remember, what was considered white, non-white, or off color, all right? And I remember if you were Italian, you were non-white, but now you're white. I perhaps put Irish in there as well, because I have an absolutely wonderful Irish lady that told me that she was non-white, but she is white, because that's how the definition changed. And so I think the demographic is changing, and we as the people have to come together and either say, look, this is how, is there going to be a definition or isn't there? Because it's skewed right now.
So Kathleen, this one for you, does the media play a role in this? Because I think, it's an interesting conversation, right? And you use the example of Italian, you can think of other communities that at one point, I think of our Jewish brothers and sisters who had an evolution in their lived experience, and some of what we saw happening this past Saturday, for example, being attacked because of their faith, their base, their identity. But they're not necessarily a member of the sort of targeted groups that we think about as sort of being historically disadvantaged or underrepresented in other spaces. Does the media play a role in how that definition of whiteness gets shaped and defined?
Well, this is the point at which I get to charge the Associate Vice Chancellor a quarter because he used my banned term, the media. Down the street in Vilas Hall, we have this mantra, thou shalt not call anything the media, because it's not, it's like saying, in the same way you're not the community of one stripe or another. I wanted to raise a few things about news media specifically. So news media that are actually trying to serve the public interest within a democracy. That's a small group of outlets. So I want to address two, and I won't take up all the oxygen in the room, but I want to address two concerns that I have there that I think are really important to weigh for a group like this. Number one is a lack of diversity in newsrooms themselves, in the people who are doing the reporting. You could toddle into any newsroom in this fine city of ours, and you will not find a staff that's reflective of this fine city of ours, and that's a problem in a number of different ways. But it relates to the second concern, and that is diversity in the representations within news. Of course, they're linked, but they are separate. If you go to, say, a neighborhood meeting within, where people of color are represented, what you'll hear is they only come when the news is bad. And as a police and courts reporter in my past, I can say that's a true criticism, absolutely, spot on. And it's a reason that we have a real trust problem. I think there's a false binary going on right now about bias in news and trust in news as being a left-right issue. I'm much more concerned about it being an issue related to race. By the way, I have to pitch my colleague Sue Robinson's book if you'd like a more informed perspective on what I just said. She has this fantastic book out called Network News and Racial Divides. That's the news media piece. The other media piece I want to point to is a really deep concern I have and a real challenge on ethics right now is the proliferation of digital technologies, which I at first thought were merely sort of like, not merely, but we're wiping the film off the lens and allowing us to see white supremacy in this country that had always been there, but we weren't, maybe some of us were not recognizing properly. What I'm concerned about with digital technologies, and you saw it with the massacre this weekend, is that they're enabling white supremacy, not just revealing it, but enabling it. So platforms allowing people to connect with viewpoints that I would find, and I think everybody in this room would find just terrifying and noxious. So that's my the media answer. Got that? But I want the quarter at the end.
We'll transfer it to the UDDS, right? No. Other takers or responders to that question? Great.
You should try going into into corporate America and look at the diversity in there, and I would say in Madison it's is not diverse. You probably, I mean, first of all, they're less, even if you go into partnership, like I'm a partner in a law firm, you look at your partnership, first of all, you're a lady, which puts you in one area of diversity, and then you have of a color, and you're the only person who may have got to partnership there. And so I think it's
Say more about that. So you clearly have a definition of what diverse might look like for you. Talk about what you would like to see if you give the analogy of corporate America, particularly your lived experience in law here in Madison. What would diversity or diverse look like?
I would like to encourage more women, more people of color to reach to the highest limits in corporate America, and especially in law firms. Because unless we get there, unless we play a role, how can we represent our community? Okay? And there isn't anybody. If I go into trial court, I am usually the only one of the few women, and then one of the only women of color in there. Okay? I think that can be helped by mentorship programs, by encouraging people, by highlighting that women, that successful women of color can reach to those positions, and then mentoring those coming behind to say, go for it, reach to the stars and get there, because there isn't a representation. So doing things like this and encouraging people to get more involved with the university, with what you're doing with diversity and inclusion, and incorporating that into Madison, into the businesses. My firm has about 70, 80 lawyers, and you're looking at the partner who is a woman who's of color, and that's one of the more diverse firms.
Right. So that visual representation, I'm hearing you say, and this is an echo of the theme we've heard all day, is really important to those who are coming up following in the ranks. Karen, you're going to say something, then Kathleen?
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think, we talk a lot about that in the community with a lot of our corporate partners when we think about diversifying different industries. Right now at Centro, we're very, very focused in the healthcare industry and the finance sector. And it's an issue of retention. How are you actually successfully retaining individuals so that they can actually thrive? Hiring the right middle managers, having the tone be set from above that this is an important issue for our community. And I think in a city like Madison, where there's tremendous amount of nonprofits that are doing community work, partnering with nonprofits that really deeply understand the needs of the community and how to best support the community is the way to go. And I'm always really surprised by how seldom that is done and how unsavvy people are in actually doing that. And to Kathleen's point, I completely concur. I think there is a real lack of diversity in the media that's affecting our community tremendously. A lot of the news media out there, the facts are never shared. The data that was just reflected before you is never out there.
But we'll have video of a big caravan making its way through Central America.
Yes,
and the representations don't match the reality.
Completely. And so, the idea of going and approaching the community in times of crisis. I don't know how many of you knew, a couple of weeks ago, there was a very big raid by ICE across Wisconsin. A lot of that was misrepresented in the media. Social media was painting a very complicated picture that wasn't accurate. And so I think we have a ton of work to do to move forward as a community, and we could do things a lot smarter. So.
Kathleen, you look like you had a comment you wanted to give. And then Sarah, were you wanting to jump in here a little bit? Kathleen?
Yeah, I was going to say none of us, whether it's the news business or law firms or other corporate America, can really address the overwhelming whiteness of, say, the newsroom, unless we take a step back and address that in education at institutions like this one, but all the way back down, dipping all the way down to preschool. It's just, there are stories that are not told that are important stories, but one of the important stories that's not told right now is there's this myth, if you look at mainstream news, that somehow affirmative action efforts have worked and everything's fine. And if you look at the educational system, K through higher ed, that's not where we're at. And it's not a story that I think is told with great depth.
Let me ask this question to you, Sarah, and again, anyone can jump in on this. Even after the U.S. becomes a minority country, white Americans as a group will still be the largest individual racial group. how will our discourse need to change as we talk about the majority and the minority? Will it need to change?
I think it will change just by the fact that it is changing. I think there will be discussions like this that will continue going forward. I think I work a lot in the K-12 system in Wisconsin, and I think that movie was the show that we watched earlier really points to how making changes with our education system will be really important, and hope that movement continues across the country, because if some of us had conversations with millennials, I know we kind of categorize people in generations, but like I have a son and daughter-in-law who are millennials, and I have conversations with them, and they're like, yes, we need to have these conversations. We need to have more of these conversations. What can we do to change this country? And it's happening. It's an evolution.
Ben?
Yeah, I wanted to get to the question of the U.S. becoming a majority-minority country in what is it now? 20 years? It used to be 30 years. It used to be 40 years. I think that brings us back to the question of racial identity and what exactly it means. I recommend you have a look at a book called How the Irish Became White, which is a really interesting analysis of how they evolved.
Let's pause to make sure we get that title right. How the Irish Became White, in case anybody wanted to make sure they got it right.
It really matters how you look at race and how you think race really was defined in the first 3 decades of the 20th century and the last decades of the 19th century, when the Irish came in large numbers. They were at the bottom of the social hierarchy in Europe. They were at the bottom of the white social hierarchy here in the United States, but they were not black, and they knew that, and they acted upon that. They separated themselves from African Americans as soon as they possibly could, but they were transformed into the white population. And I think the question for us now is whether or not Latinos, rather some Latinos, are becoming white. I think phenotype really matters. And if some Latinos, and I'd like to explain this just a bit, are indeed becoming white, in another 20 or 30 years, there could actually be more white people in this country than there are today. I mean, the white population could actually grow because of definitions, intermarriage, and acceptance. So we could be back to where we were in the mid 20th century. There is some research on phenotype and Latinos that shows that the lighter skinned you are, and yes, indeed, you can measure this. There are spectrometers that will do that, quote, objectively. Interviewers have been trained to judge people's skin type, skin tone when they interview Latinos, and looking at occupational, educational, and income achievement. Guess what the results are? Sure enough, the lighter skinned you are, the more money you'll make, the more education you'll have, the more you're likely to intermarry with the white population. The darker you are, just the opposite. I even found a couple of articles by an economist, and economists are cold-blooded, and this economist looked at height. So for every inch of height you gained, you made more money, you got more education. It just blew me away. But it fed into a racial conception and identity for the most deprived and the most discriminated against Latinos in the country. So here we go again. If we talk about community, there are many reasons why people see each other as sharing a situation, but then there are also objective measures like phenotype. And
right.
I think race matters.
Sarah?
Well, and I just wanted to add, because we're a country of immigrants, right, that's why our story is so very different from other countries. President Obama in some African countries is white, but here in the United States, he's black. So it's all, again, back to that racial identity question that we talk so much about here today.
So then I want to tease this question out because I think it's relevant given both the commentary you just gave, and I think it ties back to some commentary that Karen gave us. We think about affirmative action, right? And that is still a contested phenomenon for us in American culture. And my experience has been, in the research we look at, most of it's typically associated with African Americans, the civil rights movement, but obviously it doesn't just benefit African Americans. Will efforts like affirmative action still be necessary, given that, as you were saying, Ben, we may have more white people in the future, depending on how Latinos evolve and how they choose to see themselves, either as intermarrying more so with white communities or the kinds of shifting attitudes towards these kinds of dynamics?
Oh my God, what a question.
It's a big one.
Affirmative action is on the ropes. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And yes, it was expanded from serving only African Americans to Latinos and to some Asians, and it got very complicated, as you know. So who should come under the mantle of a protective program that should help them integrate into American society, which is the goal. Critics of affirmative action refer to the Michael Jordan effect. Well, maybe that's an old term now.
I know what you mean, though.
So you remember him? Okay, he's the guy that makes more money in his sleep than you and I make working all year long. To whom should it apply? Well, I think we're going to see some kind of a resolution to that very soon with the suit against Harvard University and admissions for Asians. That's being questioned, that they are being excluded on the basis of race. And it is a direct attack on affirmative action and institutions of higher learning attempts to integrate those that we know, and I put that in quotes, we know are marginalized and disadvantaged, but are having an increasingly difficult time in defining. So who deserves protection, who does not?
Right.
And that becomes a hard question to answer. And because it's so hard, this program is gasping its last breath, I think.
Karen, are you going to chime in?
Not really, except for I think it's kind of a struggle. As a kid that completely benefited from affirmative action, my high school GPA would not have gotten me into college, but yet again I went to a school where 27% of my classmates graduated from high school, and so it wasn't an expectation that I would move forward. But thankfully I did, and I thrived in an environment that was actually extremely diverse and brought kids from all over diverse neighborhoods to grow and blossom, and so I continued from there. So I think it's a struggle for me to have that argument made about certain individuals being disenfranchised, because I know the opportunities certain people have in this community, and I know the opportunities a lot of us don't. And so until we have an equitable society where everybody's thriving, where neighborhoods are growing, where leadership reflects the faces of those students, I think we have a significant gap in our hands. And I think if affirmative action is not the answer, I don't know what is, but something needs to happen for it to keep going.
It may be that we need to get more creative. Again, I've been critical of a lot of news media coverage, but I would encourage you to look at some of the better, more explanatory journalism on these sorts of things. Vox.com does a particularly good job on this. The New York Times had a fantastic analysis of social mobility, where race was the defining factor. But we may have to get creative. It may be that as systems get struck down, we move toward different ways of looking at and talking about this. Texas's approach, when they came under attack, and they said, well, okay, we're going to stop defining it the way we used to define it, and instead 10% of the top 10% of every class in every high school in the state of Texas gets admitted to the university.
And that's an interesting point, because that model they're using is not a sustainable model. Right, so you have a dynamic. For those of you who aren't familiar with, Texas takes this, they admit students to the public institution, top 10% of the high schools. Well, they now have more schools participating in this, so you have to take a smaller percentage of that top 10% to actually make the enrollment, so you aren't dominating the entire enrollment process with that automatic admission based on that percent. So it's a fascinating dynamic that we're already using placeholders for race, right? That conversation has already shifted. I'm interested in sort of talking a little bit about persistence, because I think that's one of the themes that I'm hearing and what you all are saying. And again, this is a theme we heard earlier, particularly in our STEM panel with our students, Dr. Williams and Dr. Molly Carnes. When we talk about persistence, what are the things we want to pay attention to from an organizational perspective that supports the ability for not just students, but I think individuals who, again, have historically fell into the category of underrepresented to continue to thrive and succeed in whatever field, discipline they may choose to enter? What are your thoughts on persistence?
I think relationships need to be just that, a lot more relational. We struggle a lot with that here. I'm originally, I don't know if people know about my history, but I'm a transplant. I've been here for 5 years. And I think things are a lot more transactional. So we get that job done, we move this in this direction, but we don't get to know each other enough. And in order for our youth and our community to be thriving, there needs to be a sense of aspiration, a sense that you feel like you're a part of a community, that you're not going to be isolated, that you're not going to be in the shadows. So proof of that to me will be hopefully in the future when we have this session, this room is going to be diverse and a lot more different than the faces we see now. So until we get there, that to me implies that some in our community may not feel comfortable coming into certain spaces. How do we do that? How do we ensure that individuals feel like they can actually dream and aspire and ask questions in all different parts of this campus? It's a tough task, but I think we could start by being a lot more relational in the way we interact with one another. So,
Gail?
You know, my background is that I was born in England, so I went to school in England, and then I went to the Caribbean, and I went to school in the Caribbean, okay, so in Trinidad and Tobago. And then I went back to England and then came to the US and went to school in the US. So I can compare the institutions and how I feel confident to compare them and how it is really different. You know, when I was in the Caribbean, I didn't look at my colleagues of any different color to me. So I didn't think I was a different color to you. I just didn't see color because in the school, it was they were just people of every shade. From white to not very white. I mean, we didn't think of that. In England, I was in London, and it was the same. There were many people in the school I was in, which was an inner city school in London, and they all looked like me. Flip forward to America, I don't see that. I didn't see that here. And I think that is the problem. We're losing our people of color in Madison. They're leaving corporations because they may not be promoted. They may not feel that they're included. And everybody's leaving. Why don't we go to Chicago, New York? Why don't we go somewhere else? Okay? And I think that is what the UW, in my humble opinion, needs to focus on with their corporations that are in the capital, like myself, right? Let us try to see what we can do to keep people here.
Great, thank you. So I'll use this as a segue, actually, to ask a final question, then I'll open up the floor for questions from the audience. So you're talking about a kind of brain drain that's happening here in Madison, Wisconsin. It's not unique to us, but you see a kind of flight, particular individuals, again, underrepresented backgrounds. We're in predominantly white spaces and looking for other ways where you can build a sense of community that are less onerous, right? Less challenging. You can go to a place like Chicago, Atlanta, Miami, et cetera, and find all shades and different hues of people. So when we think about migration, right, and I think, Kathleen, you mentioned the caravan that we see plastered on the news all the time. Migration kind of shares to us, or says to us, many of us understand it in the context of wanting to improve one's quality of life. Yet today we see it in all of its complexity, and particularly when viewed through the lens of social, political, and economic power. What are your thoughts on migration? And the follow-up to this question is there a tipping point when, as a nation, we have too many immigrants? What are your thoughts on migration? And is there a tipping point for us?
My thoughts on migration are very, very positive because I'm proud to sit up here and say I am the product of birthright citizenship. So, yeah. You can't get rid of it by executive order. Anyway, sorry, yes, German, Irish, birthright citizenship right here. Look, I think what we're seeing since 2014, I mean, you could argue 15, but 2014, I'll stake my claim there, is a real recognition that there is power to be gained. There are seats to be won by playing to immigration as a conflict issue. And this is where Donald Trump has really, he's a media savant. And he recognizes some of the practices of journalism that I'm not, criticizing or defending, but kind of the norms of journalism. And one of them is that conflict plays, that audiences pay more attention to stories that involve conflict. And he gets that. And he, gets in and takes that issue. This has been the issue on which he has planted a flag, and it really has rendered us in important ways. And I don't think that a lot of journalists know exactly what to do about this. So, just with the suggestion that we should end birthright citizenship, you saw people, frantically saying, well, could I actually, if I tweet that the president has said this, it's accurate, but can he do it? No, that's not the right context. And then, they're rescinding their tweets and they're doing all this. But we're missing this larger context that the whole suggestion is part of this conflict narrative that's really damaging our social connections, those relationships. It's reinforcing this concept of a very particular kind of other. And I think that's very difficult for news organizations to deal with in trying to, cover the news of the day, but actually serve the public within a democracy.
Other thoughts?
Well, and
What was the question?
If I answer your question literally, we are a very large country, so no, we have no limit. I think we have plenty of space, and that we should continue to encourage people to immigrate here.
Well, I think, look, the country has changed. I mean, it's changed dramatically. It's too late to stop it. It already happened. But I think one of the
left the station.
I think one of the reasons that Donald Trump has been so successful, and I have to hand it to him, he's amazing at manipulating the media. He's very, very good at that, is because the country has changed. And since 1984, which was the year of our last comprehensive immigration program, this set off a migration pattern. And I think the migration that we should really be thinking about the most is that of working class people. I think people with higher status, higher levels of education have options, and I can give you some examples in a second if you like. But the movement of working class people knowing exactly where they want to go in different parts of the country. I show my students maps of where Latinos are settling and how that has changed in the last 20 or 30 years. There are brave souls in South Dakota. They've gone to Maine. They've gone to frontier states like Wisconsin, and as a result, there are small cities in Wisconsin where you hear Spanish spoken in the streets where that never happened before. And if you're living in a small town that's depleted of job opportunities and you see that this social phenomena taking place, it's not a big leap if you're not going to think seriously about it to say, well, they are at fault. And here's where Donald Trump has played the immigration and the race issue like a Stradivarius. Here is the enemy. Here are the ones that are taking your jobs, rather than the whole changing character of American society and its industrial foundations. So it really matters in that sense. If you're a professional, if you manage to get past the tipping point. If you manage to get your education, and I owe mine to affirmative action. I'm kind of like you, Karen. I mean, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for that. I got some opportunities that I would not have gotten otherwise. But many people have taken that and then they just disappear. They live in their middle class or upper class homes and don't think about the others that are left behind. So it's kind of a blending in to the larger society. But I want to ask, to what degree is that possible for Black people? Highly educated, high-income African Americans. To what degree is that possible to say, oh well, I'll maybe go down to the Centro, on the 16th of September and see what's going on. To what degree is that an ethnic option for African Americans? It is for a lot of Latinos, but I just don't think that. I think again, phenotype matters, and I think the history of African Americans matters a whole lot. And it may seem like an odd thing to say when we're right in the middle of a harsh anti-Latino, harsh anti-immigrant atmosphere. But I ask, as a social scientist, I can't say which way we're going, because if Latinos are being absorbed or if they're being resegregated, we're right in the middle of it right now. I mean, we're in the middle of this flux of forces, and it's hard to say which way we are actually going to go. So those students in this room, you know, after I'm long gone, you'll be able to answer that question yourselves. But we are in the middle of it right now. So I use past trends to say the things that I said before, but that doesn't mean that they extrapolate into the future.
Great, thank you. Do we have questions for the audience? We have 2 microphones. Got a hand over here or a hand right here?
Thank you. Again, I'm going to bring up the question, where is the indigenous data? Why are they invisible? When will this work decolonize? And what would it look like? This nation cannot move ahead until our original peoples are visible. Thank you.
Yeah.
So my question is for the professor. I'm a little bit familiar with the phenotype, but I just wanted to elaborate on that a little bit more, have a conversation with you about what you were saying, because I feel like for me it's pretty impactful with your conversation about how Latinos have the ability to basically one day pass as white. As for me, I don't. So what does that mean for me in a world where there are people who could pass the brown paper bag test and for the people who can't? So can you, I know that you tried to talk about it a couple of times, but can you tell the crowd exactly what you meant? I think I got it, but I want to make sure that I understand.
Also, can I interject just to make sure we get a chance, if anyone had a response to the initial question that was asked about our indigenous peoples, if we had a response or thought to share?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. That's why I clapped. And just speaking from my perspective, particular problem within news. And again, that concept of conflict. And so you see lots and lots of representations when there are protests, for instance. So the taconite mine protests, for instance, and then invisible on any sorts of other issues. And again, the idea that we are removed from communities. So there are not people, you know, there are not Native people in the Wisconsin State Journal newsroom is a problem, but also that we don't take these affirmative steps to be out in communities, learning more about those communities. That is where journalism ethics, or our traditional notions of journalism ethics, can be a problem. The idea of objectivity or independence, staying neutral, not being involved. When you say, well, why aren't you going to these community functions or serving on a board or trying to mentor a kid? And quite often you'll get this response, well, I have to remain objective. I have to be neutral. And that tends to favor the dominant perspective, right? I don't have to learn anything about being a 52-year-old white working mother. I got that. I can talk from that perspective. So I'm already not neutral, right? My objectivity can't exist, but even objective methods, I already have that background. So if I'm saying I won't take steps to go out and get other background, well, I have now rendered myself not neutral. I think that's an issue across the board that we're talking about here, but certainly in my experience in Wisconsin, media relations covering Native populations. There are some interesting efforts in Canada, by the way, that I would suggest checking out, looking at sort of a reconciliation approach to journalism and dealing with First Nations. So our neighbors to the north have done a little bit better than us.
Ben, you had a specific question about elaborating on the notion of the extent to which African Americans can or can't sort of pass or emerge, although we've seen parts of our history where individuals have passed, but that hasn't always been the norm or the opportunity for the greater population. And so you're asking, elaborate a little more. What does that mean as someone potentially can't pass the brown paper bag test? Do we all know what the brown paper bag test is? So...
History lesson.
Right. Well, let me just say this. I want you to go ahead and finish your comment. Let's get a mic.
Basically, just explain. I just wanted him to explain, because I don't want to put words in your mouth. I interpreted what you said just wanted to make sure that I understood what you said, and if that was true or not, I wanted for you to break down a little bit more for us what you were saying. Because I felt like some of the, I think I understood your language, but I felt like some things may have been passed over and not fully understood. And since this is a forum, like for us to have that type of conversation.
Okay, sorry. Actually, it's actually a very complicated question. Phenotype typically means skin color, the spectrum of skin color, and physical features and the way they combine. But it's also a cultural judgment, I think. And I think about being 1/8 Latino. Is that the equivalent of being 1/8 African American? I mean, have you ever heard of the one-drop rule? If you have one drop of black blood in you, you're black in this country. And I think this gets to your notion about the difference in the ways that races are categorized and pigeonholed in this country. Dominicans have this problem. Despite their being exposed to the media and they understand American society, when they come here, many Dominicans that think they are white get a rude awakening. And that is, no, you're black in the United States because they have a different racial understanding and skin scale that operates there. I'm not going to give you a fully satisfactory answer with the time that we have here, but think about phenotypical differences, skin color differences among the black population. I recommend the work by a political scientist named Jennifer Hochschild, Hoschchild. And she brought together this tremendous amount of research on African Americans and skin color. And she found that, like Latinos, the darker you are, the worse off you are. And the more light-skinned you are, the better off you are. Your higher your income, the higher your levels of education. So is it just phenotype? And it'll be, it's from very, very dark to very, very light. Or is there a boundary, that African Americans are more tightly defined than other groups? Latinos are the most race-conscious people in the world. I mean, we think about it all the time. And it's in part because of our genetic makeup. You look at any Latino family, and my gosh, with the same parents, you're going to have very, very different looking kids. And my oldest son, you wouldn't recognize him as being Latino walking down the street. Maybe if you had a close look at him, yes, because people are very good at making these distinctions. But then my youngest son is very, very dark, very indigenous looking. So he's much easier to spot, at least at first glance. So it's I'm trying to find a way to respond to your question effectively in a short period of time and not hog up the rest of the panel.
Well, let me do this. Given that, I was going to say we want to have a few other.
Can I just mention, let's not make it about the skin color and the test. And that's something I want to say. Every time somebody says no, study your books and make them say yes. Okay, so that you change it by doing that. So you're in an establishment where you can be educated. When you apply for a job, if they say no, apply for another and another and another and keep going. And then persistence. And then when you get there, you'll change it.
Kathleen?
That's sort of what I was going to say, to go back to something that Ben said earlier. Racial distinctions only gain force when we give them meaning, but I think the issue is that I don't want to give them meaning, and yet others are giving them meaning and making judgments and decisions based on that. And the only thing that we can do is persist in challenging that, persist in breaking that down. So while we can recognize research that may tell us light skin versus dark skin has this advantage or that, all we can do is persist in saying that is wrong. That is not the society that I want. I am going to build relationships and work in these ways to try to counteract that. And to say that not only people of color should be invested in ending those kinds of distinctions, in stripping away the meaning that has been given to these distinctions. It's something we all need to unite in. It's something we all need to persist in.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks.
So we are at time, and as always, there's never enough time to really dig deeply in some of these issues in the hour that we have to hear from a panel of experts who are literally just scratching the surface for us. I hope you'll continue some of these discussions on your own as you go back to your respective departments, going home with your partners, your family, your friends, etc. This is important. This is important. We got one more question?
No. Is it right to have one more?
Okay, well, I'll put it to the masses. Do we have time for one more question?
One more?
All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to take one. This was a hand that had popped up first over here, the gentleman with the white shirt and the cross on. Yeah. We'll go here, then we'll come here.
So I wanted to start with a story, but I'll let that go. And just say, Kathleen, you said that the certain media are enabling white supremacy, and I would argue that they're not enabling, they're actually inciting and encouraging white supremacy, and in turn, they are encouraged by the President of the United States. And he, of course, is the person with the highest position in the world, but he is joined by more and more other presidents of countries that are also going in that same direction. Most recently, of course, Brazil, very, very scary to think about what's going on there. Though some of them are not about white supremacy, if you're looking at the Philippines, for example. So the question is, if we look at history, we can see that a tiny white minority in South Africa was able for a long, long time to rule over the indigenous black population and keep them in very dire situations. And so, looking at the present and the near future, I would like to ask whoever of you who wants to respond to that, to look not just at the statistics that say there's more and more people of color, in so many years this will be a majority minority and so on, but also looking at the political context of our times. Does it matter, or what might we actually be seeing that will negate these statistical numbers?
So I'm going to interject for a second. I'm going to ask that we get the questions out and then give the panelists an opportunity to respond to the question. So your question was about the statistical evidence that might negate how certain groups, particularly using your South Africa example, continues to sort of hold power over the indigenous black population in South Africa. What are some responses? How do we negate that? Let me come here, and there was another question that was sort of in the middle here. Here, the gentleman.
The gentleman with
white,
yeah.
Yeah, first of all, quick comment about the remarks by the demographer. I've also read studies saying the U.S. has already surpassed its optimal population, and that's a fairly significant fact. I don't think new immigrants can be required just to go to West Virginia or North Dakota or wherever. So there is a question of whether or not this country has reached its optimal population level, and that's irrespective of racial or ethnic origin or any type of grouping. I'm just talking about the absolute number. Then my other comment, which I think has been brought up by other members, it's a very interesting one about the question of Hispanics and their ability to assimilate, and to what extent that's based on race. And I think an interesting example would be the case of the Cuban Americans and their successive waves of immigration. The first wave, which came after the revolution in 1959, tended to be the very wealthy elites, and they assimilated fairly easily. Then the next wave were the middle class from Cuba. They also, as small businesses and things were nationalized, they tended to assimilate quickly too. But then we have the interesting case of the Marielitos, in 1980 who were a much darker crowd and included many former residents of insane asylums and jails. And their assimilation was much more difficult, and many of them ended up in detention because of criminal activities. So I think it's a very interesting example, that case, as to ability to assimilate.
Final question right here. Right here.
Yeah, you want me to yell?
Yeah.
Let's get her the mic.
I feel like it does a disservice to this subject not to be explicitly clear that white supremacy is the major force behind all these qualities and the impact of these demographic changes.
In so much as kind of the whitening of like Latinx people, I think we need to take into account that there's already a divide between white Hispanics and not white Hispanics as measured on the census and in general kind of society. And so I think that's already something we see happening, and we will see a shift if there's going to be one of who is defined as white in as much as it services white supremacy. This is like historically based. My concern with this whole issue is kind of understanding that the solution is not to assign whiteness to groups or equalize on the basis of whiteness because whiteness stands on a supremacy over other groups. It is to dismantle that system and understanding that there's not going to be equalization as adding everyone onto the same level of whiteness because it relies on that violence. And there are others, but I just wanted to bring that up as something to consider.
So we got white supremacy and how to dismantle the structure of white supremacy. We have the conversation about assimilation and the degree to which assimilation is a part of a factor in which individuals have attained social mobility and economic success. And then we have the question of data and how that data can inform how we think more intentionally about sort of smaller populations in number really having what I would characterize sort of the power and influence over a larger population, right?
Can I make just a comment, because there
Sure.
seems to be like this whitening of Hispanics and Latinx community, and that is not at all what our community will have you know. I think when it comes to race, ethnicity, and culture, I'm a huge proponent and have been for a long time in the research that I've done and looking at cultural factors and the assets that we bring to our community. I think from the outside, there's a perception of what community is based on these racial factors we've been talking about. That's all a perception. That is not what I need my community to go off of. And if we're going to actually dismantle all these systems of oppression and of leadership that are at fault in what is happening in our country right now, that needs to be ingrained in our community. So I'll give you an example. South Madison, Dane County, state of Wisconsin, fastest growing Latinx community of color in the entire state. We're a fast-growing community. We're never really equitably represented in data. Actually, this is one of the first spreads where I actually saw us there on graphs, which is fantastic. So I've come to understand that, but is that going to prevent us at Centro from doing the work on the ground so that our community thrives and move forward? No, because I understand the data and I can bring that to our community, and then we can go ahead and create change from there. There are a lot of groups in the Latinx community that are highly successful. The Cubans are always cited as one of them. They were, if you look at the information, a lot of them were very high class that immigrated to Miami, so they brought those assets to the table, so it's a little bit of a skewed population. But I just want to get away from that whole aspect of whitening of the Hispanic Latino community, because we're not really saying that, and I think oftentimes the numbers aren't there to really address our plight and our journey and our struggles as a community. So that's all I'm going to say.
You know,
Any
actually,
response
I
to
think you're right about the Cuban population. The Cubans that came here after the revolution were the white ruling class of Cuba. They had skills, they saw themselves as refugees, as anti-Castro, and they had help by the United States government to integrate into American society. So they had this cohesiveness and these skills and this racial identity that other Latinx populations just don't have. And each successive wave of Cubans that have come to this country have been darker and less educated, and they've not done as well. So it's, this is the, when I lecture on different groups under this Latinx banner, I call attention to that. I said, well, now wait a minute, what makes them Latinos? At least the first wave was very much like the Italians. They were white on arrival. And by the way, I recommend that book. There is a book out there called White on Arrival, and it's about Italian Americans. So have a look at that, and if you don't believe that Italians were a separate race, that's the book for you, because they came here ready to be assimilated, and once they learned the language and the mores of the country, it was really hard to maintain a system of discrimination against them. Now, race matters. When thinking about Asian Americans, and I think we should, this big, unwieldy category, I think we should look at the different nationality groups within each one. And I don't know I'm assigning you a lot of reading, but there's this one great book, it just came out, and it's called The Other 1%. Indian Asians are 1% of the population. They are also the most affluent group in the United States. And there's a reason for that. And it raises the question about education. How can education knock down the barriers and the walls of discrimination? Well, here's a group that is clearly not white, clearly different culturally in almost every way, but yet their occupational and income achievement is just stratospheric. I mean, have a look at the census. And why? It's because, well, it's very complicated, but in a nutshell, they were recruited.
Well, let me do this. I'm going to ask you to hold that thought because I want to be respectful of time. It is 4:13. We're slated to end at 4:15. So I hate to cut it off, but you can continue the conversation after we officially break and dismiss. But I want to give our panel a warm round of applause for joining us this afternoon. You have some reading material. You got a reading list from Professor Marquez, so he's got some stuff out there for you to take a look at. I appreciate you being with us to the very end. We have a bright and early start tomorrow, although it's a bit more informal. We have breakfast from 8 to 8:30. Then we take the first half hour from 8:30 till 9 a.m. to sort of debrief, to sort of think through and talk about what you heard today, what struck you, what were the things that resonated that you're carrying in tomorrow. And then, of course, we move into our individual breakout sessions for tomorrow's portion of the forum. Enjoy the evening, go out, get some free candy, or give away some free candy, but enjoy the day. Thank you all so much. Take care.